Okay. I want to do Coliseum, but I need to figure out what other things I can still do besides end of the game. I also need to figure out, where... I guess I could do, bug hunting for the stuff I'm missing as well, which maybe is something I'll do. Actually, let's do the bug hunting first. I was thinking, trying to think of like what would be good practice at this point to warm up for fighting, and I was like, well, I'm kind of out of things to do, aren't I, to a great extent? But I guess I have a little more I could be doing. God, finding a leaping husk right now is a pain in the fucking ass, but it can be done. It's like one like down and to the right from here or something. Worry about you later. I didn't realize those guys spawned here. Oh, this is the mine entrance, I see. I think I'm gonna do bug hunting first, and then I might just stare at... Ow, forgot those explode. I might just stare at a wiki for a second and remember, like, what else I should be doing. So, like, among other things, I'm pretty sure the Grim stuff... I'm trying to remember if the Grim stuff, like, happens explicitly endgame or not, because I don't really remember. So I'm obviously going to do that, but I'm trying to remember if I should beat the game first, or if it goes the other way around. Ow. And Godhome I know is, well, I could start Godhome now, but, like, may as well be done post-games. Like, that certainly can wait. Where did I find that one jumping guy? It's one of the levels below or something? Well, I can at least dabble with this for a while. I'm like, once I feel like I remember how the game works, can worry about the Coliseum of Fools. Which would be nice just to have done. I think I'd misremembered how much the final one is a pain in the ass. And it would be nice to finish it, and then never care about it ever again, until I find another excuse to replay this game. Don't mind if I do. Oh, that's a return pipe, I see. I'm about to just pull up a wiki for this guy, because I know I found one remaining... Ow. One remaining non-corrupted tall jumpy guy, and apparently I've forgotten forever where he is to be found. I need to find him like 3 to 6 times or something. Ah, there you were. That's not terrible then. I can just come over from resting grounds. Like it's a pain in the ass of it, but could be worse. Well, I need to still... Right, badges are one of the completions and things I still have to do. It just intersects a lot with, again, DLC stuff that I'm not sure when is best to start. If I do this, does this manage to path me through enemies? Well, I guess not fully because of that, but... Yay! Oh, I do actually need 3 more of those, huh? Okay, I thought I'd finished that. Alright, let's start at the top. I do need to ask a wiki where the remaining class guards are. So I've not seen one of these guys in a long time. If I were a husk guard, where would I be found? Okay. 2 of them, 1 becomes corrupted. He is all the way up there, I see. 2 of those. So it's like all the way up. I see. Did you guys just forget to be here last time? Something that's fine. Like sometimes I get not wanting to show up for work, but still thinking about the dream message, or dream nail message for those guys just being breed, or the big one that gives you the badge at least. So many such cases in the core. This guy's way out of the way, too. Like, I've been in this room before, so I've fought him, one assumes, but I apparently have not had a reason to come to this room since, because I forgot about this guy entirely. Yeah, okay. I wonder... would it be faster to go to Dirtmouth at this point, or... Tomato, tomato, I guess. A little column A, a little... or 6 of one, half a dozen of the other is what I was actually trying to say. I'm good at the English language and can be trusted with it. Ignore the plot room for a bit longer. I mean, yeah, just showing you things I can do with the English language earlier. I can see why you'd be excited, hon. Sweet. Get those knocked out while I'm here too. I forgot that this is where they... I remembered that I had found a room where these guys spawned and did not remember it was this room. Sweet. I need to go track those guys down again. I think most of these are across... oh, I need... God. I don't want to fight these guys again. They're such a fucking pain. I think one of these guys is just in the Coliseum before, so I can get him there. Wait, Moss Knight, I guess, is the next one that I should actually go find. I did want to see what our friend the warrior had to say about this guy. I see. Okay. So I'm gonna look for Moss Knights next, but you. These are all crossed off, which is wonderful. And when I go back down to the... we'll go back to that later. Actually, I guess think of things I can do. I can go do the palace, actually, is a thing I could go do. Since I did find out I can open that now. Yeah, so let's go get our Green Knight. I think take a couple cracks at the Coliseum, and then I will think about doing the palace. It'd help if I could spell Knight. They're also not called Green Knights, they're called fucking Moss Knights. There we go. The Green Knight is a good movie. Okay, so kind of in the upper bit of Green Path. So we head right back over and find the closest warp to that. I feel like enemies that you can one-shot, you should be able to just dash through without consequence. Like, I can understand being a bit cheap if you could also dash through, like, if you could dash through any enemy without any consequence like that, but I feel like at least one-shot ones, like, you should be able to just do that. bud. That's assuming the green path warp is going to be my closest bet to this, but maybe not. We'll see. My headphone cord has gotten tangled. I'm routing in a way where it will get a bit less tangled. Eepy. Oh, sweet, they're like right above here. Wonderful. Another of those rooms I've just had no reason to go back to in hours and hours and hours, which, fine. That's how games work sometimes. Hey, bud. I'm here to kill you. And you. Okay. Problem solved. I feel like taking cracks at the Coliseum now. I've also thus far maintained my good mood today, which I think is the normal disadvantage to, or the normal debuff I get for this game is coming in a bad brain and it sucking all of the success out of my play. Yeah, Kings is still fastest. I'm happy to be happy about this game because, like, whether or not I'm beating up my own play, I do think this is a very good video game made well that brings joy into my life to encounter. And I'm glad I have managed to find an excuse to replay it in many other games that were former Switch games for me, because I can play them on PC and stream it. Well, you always get a bunch of credit for such things, hon. Elevators are for cowards. I think I took a wrong turn. Yes, I did in fact take a wrong turn. It's down here and then to the left. I always get confused there because I think that bit is the same, is part of the elevator shaft, and it is not. I'm excited to try another Crab's Treasure. I keep going back and forth on what is the official designated next Souls. I think it might be a tie between that and Nine Souls, but they both are ones I am very excited to play. I'll say as much as that. Well, if you've been following into my social stuff, you would see that I'm obsessed with Peak, so that's been my main experience of their output right now. But I do want to play the crab game that everyone told me was fantastic before they decided to become mountain climbing studio. I think Nine Souls first and then crab game. Alright, let's have a bad time. I think doing a bunch of modeling today put me in a good mood. Was trying and am still trying to get paws to look good on my model for future, well, for possible future hand modeling use on these streams, though I need to still get that tech actually working. And I guess get 3D software that works on Linux, which is the major blocker. But I could, in theory, have hand tracking work. But probably... God, I hate being out of phase on this so badly. Probably VR chat is where that tech comes in handy, is what I was trying to get to. And I guess that's like my one remaining, like, when I tell people my VR chat model is not ready for prime time, I mean the hand animation looks bad, and it makes me sad to look at it, and I would like to make it better. Also is using quite a bunch of tries, so I've got to figure out good ways to cut that shit down, but Jesus Christ, in theory. I was finding more and more places I could slim tries out of the outfit Carmella's wearing and making it without losing any like meaningful detail. I've also separated, I think I'd done this before and then undid it and then realized reasons I wanted to do it, but I have made her outfit a separate mesh from her body, which makes it really easy to hide the outfit if I want to work on the body, which is nice. Also, it's giving me the information that apparently, as it stands, the outfit Carmella wears, which is all the latex and the gloves, but not the collar and not the robes, is 10k tries on its own, to like 59k on the body currently. So I'm confused if I can manage to like actually slim enough tries off my model to make it very good, which would require bringing it down to like 35k, which I think I've actually learned like decimation techniques and like modeling normals from a higher quality model onto a lower one. I could definitely in theory do that. I just would need to learn many things I have not yet had to learn. Doing too bad so far. Hey, it's the soul twisted I needed. I'm better. Ow. Definitely one of the parts of this trial that I'm most afraid of. Dealing with these guys effectively, because I'm really bad at not just taking tremendous hits fighting against these kinds of guys. Case in point, like this is the definition of a, like, save soul for this fight, but that requires that I not take a bunch of free hits right beforehand. Fuck! That was bad movement. So we don't get hit by whatever's coming next. Jesus. Like, I just don't know how to fight the soul guys well. I never have. I never have in my life. Good first try, but the problem is, like, when I get, you know, down, like, get to like a phase like that, I both feel bad about that attempt and then just feel, like, nervous and, like, unconfident with my fighting stuff, which is not conducive to doing well afterwards. God damn it. That's more like it. thought you had 1 health left. You had more than 1 health left. Really don't like how they can just fly up that high and become basically invulnerable for a second. Especially don't like how I've just entirely fucked this up. Like, it's not unsalvageable, but I have played this incredibly fucking badly. Also, I need to put on my combat kit next rebirth is, I guess, part of my problem here. Like, I need to actually look at my badges. Like, my two setups are not that different, but I definitely could have, like, better soul recharge than I'm getting. And I also may have enough badges to actually equip, like, the full, like, spell combat loadout I'm stealing from a friend. So I know I always had the partial ones, I just didn't have the right badges for it, but now I have most of the badges I need, so... One spell on him is probably enough. Oh, did just... I mixed up which guy is which again, I think. Simply use spells. Messy, but we got there. I forgot about this phase. I guess it's not surprising that I've forgotten any portions of this, because like this is definitely a thing you do once and then never again, unless you have a reason to be a sicko about it. Which I don't, particularly. There's enough in this game to be a sicko about without being a sicko about this thing specifically. Forgot the extended not allowed to heal section. Speaking of things I forgot. Just, again, not difficult, just you're never allowed to make a mistake. To look into some things real quick. Okay, I'll try that out. I guess his things mean things about me, so I need to splash him at every opportunity. He deserves this. He asked for it. Oh wait, I need to put my mark in, don't I? Brilliant. Wow, pro moves there. I need to stop being that aggressive about trying to get the drop kill. It can work. It also can very much not work. You've seen much more of one of those happening than the other. God. These guys still are among my tougher enemies. I just cannot understand their movement patterns at any time. They don't even move that complexly. Sure, that's words. I just, like, cannot, like, process how they're gonna move. I guess more importantly, how the projectiles are going to move. Damn it, I was hoping they get caught on the platform. We're doing fine. Don't mind me, just gonna sit over here and heal real quick. Don't really like taking a bunch of hits in this section either, but at least you get enough soul to just, especially with my new layout, to just heal out of it without it being too much of a thing. Down here and fight me, coward. One more of you. Oh, no, it's you. Okay. It's not particularly what I was trying to do, but that's fine. Oh, I didn't get hit. Nice. Never mind. It was actually exactly what I was trying to do. I need to not... That's my problem, like, every time this kind of boss comes up, and I think what the big jellyfish also does it, where you need to, like, move in a deterministic way so you don't, like, get yourself in a corner. I always just, like, hiccup on a platform and, like, move myself in a weird way where it means I do, in fact, get caught out and take some damage. It's never really a huge thing, it just, again, hits you would prefer not to take. That was a hit worth taking. Fuck. Not that one, though. Damn it. I was hoping to get a heal off, but he wasn't gonna let me. Really should not be that hard to not take a million hits during this section yet. It's also a really goofy phase. One that might just straight up kill me, but it is really goofy, is the thing. God. I just don't do well in the air sections. I never have. And it's frustrating. It's like, it's not hard. Just stay above them in pogo. And yet I just keep hitting them for no reason because I can't control myself. And like the other thing is like, well, if I can't heal, just use a bunch of spells. But like positioning to use them is also very difficult for me. Embarrassing, come on. using my own tech against me. How dare you? Only I'm allowed to know about platforms. There's also things that you can definitely save yourself by poking off the spikes. It's just I never have the reaction time to do that. Like, if I notice myself falling, or, like, you know, I'm busy hitting and or being hit by a bunch of enemies, I can never manage to actually, like, do the movement that would save me, even if it is, you know, theoretically possible to do it. I'm trying to measure how many hits those guys take to kill. Just a basic nail at this point, just to know. Should be using more spells in this phase, but I'm trying to have an idea of what else I can do besides just spamming spells if I have the juice. Okay, I need to actually position these guys usefully so I can try to get a heal off. Which is not going to work if they're going to do that to me. Exactly what I did not want to do. Okay. I need exactly one of you to be dead, but not both, so that the other one, so I don't get more enemies, because I need to heal so badly. I'll have to do. Take the heal opportunities when I'm given them. That would be an example of almost trapping myself in a corner, but it was fine. Motherfucker. Fucking dodged me like it was nothing. Thankfully, I killed him. Right, no, you I want to just kill because it's easier. You I want to kill with a spell because it one-shots you. Looking good, looking good. I don't know why you get a fucking, like, big death animation for that one every time. It's weird. Also, getting killed by the goop after the fact is annoying. Whatever. praying for the best with that heal spot. Please don't have it jump distance exactly as big as the platforms. I know it's the point of the encounter, but please let me have a few heals in peace. I deserve it. I've been good. Okay. This actually is a good heal moment if I position things a little bit more carefully. Okay, no, I need you to be on the opposite side of the arena from me, please. That'll work. Thank you, hon. Bad place to heal, but I already committed before I saw where the spawn was, so we make those work. Okay, you take your time getting back over here. I'm gonna heal twice if that's okay. And then I'm gonna beat you to death. Right! I forgot about this. Right, I have no more. That's gonna take a while to learn how to do this fight correctly is the thing, especially after I open by being like, I can surely just spam through it, right? And no. Oh, fuck. Please let me have a heal opportunity. No. God. It's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me now. My game assigned tragedy has approached where I must murder someone. Someone and or their pet. Thanks, hon. I'll try to internalize any of that as opposed to, I don't know. I did alright. I'm not that down about it. It just, often it's so easy for me to only see the goal and the not reaching it. God. Not what I was trying to do. I wanted to get a few extra hits in, but I didn't think I'd get trapped under the platform. Okay, I need you two to move in a different position so you're not very much able to shoot me in the face. I think the thing I always did for the Beastmaster at the end was just focusing the beast down. Because I know she goes to pieces if you just kill it. And I think is not true the other way around. And is a tragic ending, but also there is no... That is the game. There is no way that is not tragic with the characters you are faced against. Alright, I can't... This is not safe heal. That'll work, though. Messy, but we're in it. This is a decent soul gathering phase as long as I position somewhat carefully. I always have trouble reading how far they can jump sideways is my main problem with these guys. And especially in aggregate when there's a bunch of them to be tracking at once, I get even worse at it. I guess it's an argument to use something like that, but I really wanted to farm more soul off him if I could manage. I guess I still did, just not as much as I, you know, theoretically could have if I didn't use any spells, but whatever, it's fine. In fact, I'm going to be probably full up-ish. Commit to going up here. Okay. Could be 4 on soul, but that's a decent amount. God, I didn't think they had an angle down there. I didn't think they had an angle. It had an angle. Sweet. I guess I'm slowly grinding my way up to 2400 soul while I'm at it. Okay, please stop having an animation so I can heal. This guy has a Zote voice, doesn't he? I hate when my child has Zote voice. Okay, that's great. That is perfect, in fact. That was a little greedy. It's fine, though. I should have healed a little bit faster. 2 is always greedy, and yet I always try for it because I am greedy. Okay, that's fine though. Oh, come on. There we go. Could use more soul, but not bad. God. Fucking cowards, get down here! Okay, now you get down here. Fuck you. Okay. Love to farm some soul for the future bits, just in case. Okay, we try to be really cheeky and get him through the platform, but I can just do that instead. I don't think so. I'm gonna fucking one-shot that guy with a spell every time he comes up at this now. Just like, no, I'm opting out of your encounter. Oh, it was bad movement, but we got it. You we don't need to opt out of. You I do, though. I misjudged where it was going to go. It's really lazy to judge this thing's position when it's in a dedicated arena for it, and you know exactly where it's going to be, because it can only move like 3 different ways. As opposed to it actually having a bit more... I guess it's not even that much smaller of an arena. It's more that there's no like designated raised platform in the middle, which like dramatically changes how the guy is likely to move. You want to right over there, bud? I'm gonna just heal for a second while you figure out what you're doing. There you go, I'm helping. Nope, you're still stuck. Well, that's your problem. Sounds like a you problem. We take those, as the saying goes. Continue to opt out of that guy's encounters for the same reason. One position where that guy's actually a threat. Right, now I just fucking stick to the beast like glue and beat the shit out of it. Also spells at every opportunity. Of course. Like that. Simply beat the shit out of it. Thank you, Han. Your support makes all this possible. You are the antidote my brain needs for the way it is. Well, sweet. Now I need to figure out what else I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna look up where the Grim stuff officially starts. I think it just is due the end of the game, but I'm going to ask the internet that question. But and by ask the internet, I mean go to the Hollow Knight wiki, which crucially is not a fucking fandom joint, and also has correct answers and is a community resource, which is, you know, the good kind of internet. Also, I should have some water. We could have a proper stretch break, actually, if you want to order that, hun. Alright. I will be back in a... I'll press several buttons in sequence, and then I will be back. Where are my buttons? Here's one of them. Here's another one of them. And see you in a bit. hello. So I discovered two things I could do next that I hadn't realized. One is White Defender, which I had thought about but had not actually gone to find. And the other is that you actually have to go open the Grim Troop. You have to activate the Grim Troop, which I had forgotten. So I might go do, That's true. White Defender might be a good next thing to do. And depending on how well I do in the fight, I might even be willing to replay him. Apparently, if you fight him 5 times, you get special dialogue. Which, depending on how well I do on this fight, I might be willing to sit down and do. But we'll see. You know, White Defender, Grim Troop stuff, and White Palace are a bunch of potential next things to do. I also really need to remember to put on my navigation kit again after this, after I do these runs. Need is a strong word, I guess, but it is convenient to put it back on. It does make my life easier. Pardon me. I could also get my final charm knot from doing that, which would be nice. What is the... Oh, I'm EP. What is the easiest way to get to our boy Dunk Defender? I guess it's here, apparently. Okay. Oh no, I think I did actually want that first door, didn't I? God, I hate... Not that bad, I guess. I have disagreements with how the game does maps for this section specifically. It'll be fine, but I will complain about it. I will whine and moan about it. I don't really share the hunter's opinion that these guys are amusing, because they are kind of funny, but also they're really annoying to fight. Sometimes. Hello, secret room that I somehow never saw before. I guess we'll do this secret room while we're here. Oh, I forgot about you. When you say food, is it rotten egg? It's probably rotten egg. Yes. No. Damn. Well, good luck with that. Oh, I'm like, well, I guess I am right above where I need to be, but that doesn't actually solve the problem, because what I need is to go down first, because navigating this area, it hates me. Right, you need to go like this. And then like this even, right? And once I get to him, like, just restarting the fight is a lot easier, but... I guess I do want a close bench in case I manage to die outside in the world, but probably that won't happen. Probably. Where's the fucking secret room? Maybe that section I've already opened below him, but I don't quite remember. I can't remember if I actually opened it or not. I know I was here past the original fight, but I just can't remember what I have done. Eepy. I had so much coffee and everything, and yet I'm still eepy. No, please. Okay. Oh, I'm actually like close to it then, right? I see. You just kind of have to know it's there. Fair enough. Hey, bud. Let's fight. God. Do not remember his patterns in this at all. Bad timing. Hell yes. I didn't realize you can see them in the background the whole fight, too. That's neat. Damn. Oh, he does more. That's why you. Okay, that's why. I figured something changed with him in future versions, but I couldn't remember what it was. Okay. If he gets double damage, I think I am not prepared to beat his ass 5 times in a row. That's fine, though. I had my fun. I love you, friend. Have a nice nap. And I knew Zote worked that way, and Zote there was also something that had to be beat him 4 times, but I never could, because after the first go, Zote gets real fucking tough. Could do white prowess. I think maybe they do activate Grim Troop, honestly. Actually, let's go down to Ancient Basin and hunt one of the Molochs I still need. Just because it's never not going to be annoying to do it, and I might as well do it now. I think the Molochs are down here. Maybe I'm mixing up with something else, but... somewhere in here is where I remember them being. I never really got a good feel for Hollow Knight's deflect mechanic, I feel. Which again, I guess feels like it should be right up my alley, but when I had played this the first time, I had not yet gotten way into Sekiro, so I was not familiar with like what it was like when you really did well at parrying. I think even with that experience, I just yeah, second to the left I think is what I want. Even like with that experience, I think it's just Hollow Knight's version of it, or vision of it, I guess would also work. It's just something I never really got my head around. I don't know, I suppose I could try to get into it now, but I definitely want to focus more on the spells thing, I think. And, like, if I can get a good parry off, sure, I'll do it. But, like, it feels like it's better to just, you know, keep on my dodge timing relearning and, like, getting the feel for, like, when I can get away with spell use and such. Hi, Tremolene. I'm doing alright. I am trying to remember where not brooding Molochs, the other kinds, are to be found. I could just look it up, but I wanted to see if I could remember at all where these are on my own. Brother. I thought it was this section, but maybe not. Mod lurks. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, mostly it's a habit of Weaver and Whiteout that Criminal absorbed, but yeah. And I guess also a color thing. Monarch was the one I wanted, right? Maybe. Well, I guess yeah, that's also part of it. Red. I mean, it's one part just another like red name to use, and it's also kind of a Destiny joke, but not one I'm not committed to that reading of. I think I kind of always wanted to change it to something. Like I have some ideas for how Carmela changes how she refers to hers at some point, but I think I kind of want to think more if like it would make character sense for Weaver or Whiteout to change what they refer to theirs as. And so far, I have not come up with anything compelling. Which is like part of why I kind of lampshaded in the text, I guess, that they realize all three of them calling their rows the same thing is, in a way, equally confusing. But I don't know. I think it's fun given that they work as a trifecta so much. Yeah, I might have also borrowed that from someone else's writing, possibly. Or at least that was part of what went into the melting pool in my head and then created that. Sounds a lot of fun names among other core authors. God, what am I looking for? I can't remember what anything is. There is these boys. I have, yes. Huge fan. But it's true of, I think, all of Luna's writing for me. Oh, so I just missed the area, I see. Clever. Oh, right, because you wouldn't have the thing, the dash first. Oh, no. Well, I don't know. We'll find out. So, yeah. Down. I think going the other way, but yes, down here. But okay, and there just are 6 of these. There are 6 of these guys, and then you never see them again. There was one I just skipped because it was inconvenient to fight. I understand now. There we go. Yes. I'm a huge fan of Sheer Force, and particular chapters of it, especially. Could just do Grim Troop stuff, couldn't I? So sibling and... Oh, I do need one more of these guys, I guess. Hey, fucker, respawn. There you are. It is possible to lose anything if you really try. I believe in that. So these fuckers, and then that might just be it at this point. And then there's some like Grim Troop stuff and some Power stuff I've not even seen yet, but it's good to know that I am basically caught up on journal entries besides. Wonderful. Yeah, let's get back. Let's go make the carnival be in town, I think. God. The Nightmare King Grim fight was another of my favorites from the game as a whole. I think that and Mantis Sisters of Battle are my 2 favorite fights. And Hornet. Hornet, gotta give it up for Hornet. Gotta give it up for my girl. I'm gonna use Palace Grounds just to warp back over. I need to have more water. I'm also checking something on my phone real quick. Seeing if there's any important information that I should know. Okay. My phone has no more information for me. That's not true. It has no more information that I feel the need to look at right this second. I'm gonna get back to... I can't remember who I was just reading. I think I was reading Unraveling. I forget who the author is. Which, here, I should do a slightly better job. If I'm going to name drop someone on stream, I can at least name the author. The very least I can do. I was saying that the thing I was reading from Core Affection just now was Unraveling. And I'm trying to remember who wrote it, so I can say their name. But I need to look at a thing on my phone again, and it won't tell me information. Vic... Weighty? I'm not sure if I pronounced that. Here, this is what computers were invented for. I was, I think, 2 or 3 chapters into that when I got ADHD distracted, but I'll go back to read the rest of it, I think, because I liked it. Mouse, please. There we go. Okay. Yeah, 2 or 3 chapters into that, as my most recent core thing. I guess I also have, Vixie's thing ordered and not yet shipped, and I have someone else who I'm blanking on, and I'm not going to look up because they're a published author, and I feel slightly less like I need to do the promotion on the drop of a hat, but I believe so, or at least they collab writing, which half a dozen of one, 6 of the other, as I was saying earlier. What the fuck am I trying to do? Dirtmouth. There we go. I need to read more. I have read a bunch of core fiction besides my own, but there's also a bunch I just have not touched yet, and I would like to get to it, because I am curious. I probably have said something similar to this sentiment already, but I like to see more people's takes on the setting and, like, what they do with it, and, like, you know, the little glimpse into their soul you get as a result of reading or watching someone's creative work. I like to learn things about people in the world. I don't know if I have. Where is this? Oh, I'm looking in... Oh, no, I am in... Not that far off the right. I was going to say I was in totally the wrong place. No, I have not. I can make a mental note to look at that, though. I've probably at least seen snippets of a bunch of this stuff from being in spaces with the authors, but there's a bunch of stuff I just have not gotten to. I see. So it is above me. Okay. Or wait. Oh, I'm way off. I see. Okay. That's fine. Or if I can just go up, I suppose I can just do that, if it'll let me. Ow. Oh, I need to get my dream nail final achievement also. I keep forgetting to do that. The next time I'm in a warp spot, I should go to the Seer's house again. The circus is in town. Now, what else can I do out here, since I've clearly missed a whole little section? I guess maybe not, because this. That was just a wall, so actually it probably is the end of stuff. I'd love to see if I can make my way up to the I don't think you can, but if I could make my way up to the stag nest from here, it would be very convenient for me. Well, not that way, I won't. I see. Yeah, I guess that's fair. You can see it, you just can't get up there. Cruel. Normal man alert. Hey, man. Okay. Good luck with that. Let's just get these knocked out if we can. I didn't realize we were that close. I guess there's nowhere else to put it, but I couldn't remember how close we were to Dirtmouth. Damn, right, okay. I couldn't remember exactly how pricey these got. It's worth it, but... Also, I should have prioritized the order a bit differently, I suppose, because I really need strength, and the rest of these I don't care about, but... Alright, let's make sure she takes the correct one first, if I'm gonna have to fucking grind cash to get them out. Because I knew it was a money thing, I remember that much, but I didn't remember how much of one it was. Well, I'll find it somewhere. Oh, time to raise 1,500 geo. It's a shame that I lost like 20k that one time. Oh well. Friend. This is Grimchild. They are my friend. My child. I would never really use them except for they're cute and also relevant to the side quest of this game, or of this DLC. Oh, that's too high? No, we're fine. Ow. I don't have patience for this. If you weren't a bitch, you would get within range of my nail. I did not remember this part being a pain in the ass. Also, I'm not doing it right, because again, I don't remember any part of this, how this works. Oh, the thing in the shop? Bug, I guess. Ladybug that eats your things. She eats your fragile charms and makes them not fragile anymore. And then she eats something else too, but we'll worry about that later. Bitch. I don't need full health to beat Zote's ass. Risky, yep. God, I hate that attack. Alright, I need a little more health to beat Zo's ass, it turns out. That's fine, I'll get him. Two is greedy. Oh, I need to dash again after we finish falling. Anyways. Why does what keep getting quiet? My voice? The game? I couldn't say. I could turn the game up, but I don't know if I have anything deliberately turning the game down at moments. Right, green path. Right. I keep saying I need to go to the seer, and I keep forgetting. Well, this time for sure, after I finish doing this, this torch. This time really, for sure, really. Oh, I thought I had more spell. Yeah. Oh, that's really convenient. Oh, come on. Still annoying. Eepy. Pull up a couple things real quick just to remember how this progression works. Okay. I hate having to care about money again. Disgusting. Self-freedom, right? Okay. Fuck out of my face. bitch. Sorry, trying to reposition myself for more comfort. So I'm sliding down my chair, as always happens a few hours into a stream. It's only a couple hours, but whatever. Same difference. Let's go. Should not be that aggressive against that phase. It's just like, what if I was, though? I used to be able to do Nightmare King Grim hitless, so in theory I should be able to do this, but I am fucking rusty. Yeah. Let's try actually combat equipmenting for this. I guess we can also use a close by bench to make my life a little bit easier. Oh, there's a source of money, actually, come to think of it. What else do I want equipped here? Yeah. Sorry, we're having graphical issues again, bear with me. I know the game is frozen. I'm fixing it. That seems better. Okay. Do I have to have it equipped? Damn, it's annoying. I thought you could get away with not doing that, but fine. I guess if I actually take the comments up this time, which I forgot to do last time, it will be fine. Like, it still means I have to equip something I wouldn't normally, but it should work. Also, I can probably find a use for... Yeah, I guess that is the one, isn't it? Okay. Fuck you. Right, you can't quite cheat that one. I love the fucking scuttle he does if you're too close to the beginning of an attack. It's very funny. Yeah. This can be a good healing opportunity. We need to get real lucky, and I'm not. Damn it. I think that is dodgeable with Shadow Dash. You just need to time it better. I think this is a good opportunity to use the up spell if you have a better grasp on his patterns than I do. Damn it. I should not run for that, but whatever. Shouldn't really be this cowardly with my healing, but I am trying to reel in the patterns in my defense. And it worked out, so. Bitch. I should have gotten a dream nail on him while I had a chance. Whatever. Yay. Alright, time to go get some money and see if I can actually buy another Unbroken Charm. And then I can guess we can get to the actual fight that matters. Fucking terrifying, almost finished Grimchild. Right, if I wanted to get to the store in the City of Tears, I guess it just kind of sucks no matter what, doesn't it? I guess King Station again is the play. No? Sorry, I'm looking at the telephone again. Continually remembering the downside of taking off navigation stuff when I get into combat mode. It's reinventing it from first principles every time.
Catgirl, velmi artret. Opal. Velmi artret. Våre son Gian. Velmi artret. Våre son Gian. Velmi artret. Catgirl, Liasoki. Helmadelka.
So we need to round up another fucking 1100, but it's a start. This is something I could look on the wiki where the good geo farming spots are, so I know they exist. People map those out in every Souls-like because you need it at some point. But if I had to do that, a bunch of that in my first playthrough, I have lost all memory of how I did it.
Geno. Sego Nala. Baba Gondala. Baba Gondala. Amisodo.
Right, this would just banish, wouldn't it? So I guess I need to go earn a lot of money before I finish this. Welcome back. I gotta raise money faster, a bug's gonna break my kneecaps. By break my kneecaps, I mean I'm going to not be able to get something from an NPC. Alright, how do I receive 30k Geo in no time flat? Hollow Knight Wiki, you are my only hope. I also probably should take a stretch. I'll take a stretch break and look that up in my own time. Enjoy sounds of Grimchild while I step away. I'll try not to take that long. I just need to look up where a good Geo grind place is and also stand up and stretch and move. Burb. Hello. I found a place I can get Geo, and then I've been told I can farm the Challenge of the Conqueror for Geo. And then I think I also might do, well, before I really sit down to grind that, I might go, do White Palace, because I assume there is some Geo to be found in there. We are going to have to risk Greed, because unfortunately that was not the one I decided to breakable first, but I think that's probably fine. At least I'm mostly sure I didn't fight this enemy yet. We'll find out, I suppose, but I feel like I would have remembered it, and I do not remember it. Brother. Baby, this is not the time. Pusha has joined me on the desk. Baby, please lay down and don't make a nuisance of yourself, okay, hon? Lay down, honey. Scoot back, baby. Sweet. Welcome back. White Palestine. Okay, fair enough, Tremolane. Happy to have you. Until and unless sleep takes you. I am putting a map of where the Path of Pain is on my phone so they can look at it and go, that's where the Path of Pain is. I won't miss this. It's greedy to take Fragile Greed into here, but I need money, so. The Path of Pain is an optional platforming section deep in White Palace that is tough. My health. I did not do the Path of Pain on my first clear, to my knowledge, but... I'm pretty sure you just naturally find enough of these to get this cross off without it being a problem, but what if I just made sure of it? Simply spell them to death. Do you ever get a map for this area, or? So they can look around a bit before I commit to anything. Well, yeah, I'm worried that that is the exact set of logic that got me to miss it in the first place. There is a bunch of stuff I still need to unlock anyways, but... This all feels familiar. Damn. I need to actually watch a video of where this is to make sure I'm not missing it. Unless it just is Path of Pain, which I think could have also happened last time, but... Oh no, it's farther in. Okay, I think. Unless... Bear with me while I look up a video that will tell me the answers I so desperately need. Don't need you to talk. Random YouTuber who I found for this. I don't need to hear your words. I just need you to show me the place. That's all I need from you. That's all I require. I think it's a bit farther in. It's that last pause there that... Almost. Come on. Come on now. Such tight timing for the last bit. Rawly, just the positioning is such a pain. Well, it was nice having greed while it lasted. I could have pogoed there. Or there, in fact. I would love a soul recharge so badly. I think pogoing these also going up is maybe... I thought it might be a thing you have to do at some point, but I think it is not the actual thing you want to be doing here. Or if you are, I am not yet good enough at it, which is a bad sign. Damn it. Ow. Not quite. Oh, that's platform. I see. That changes my calculus here dramatically. Gotta be a little faster than that. Okay, may I actually be right after this elevator? If I'm reading this correctly. Take a bit more soul to the road. Also, I'm gonna have more water. Trisha has migrated to her box. I see. Alright, time to have some fun. Forgot this was the music for this area too, as well as, you know, where that actual usually comes from. It's a good tune. The thing I don't really, I mean, I think there are some charms I could put on for platforming specifically, but I feel like it mostly is simply jump better. Like, the parts where you're, you know, hitting spikes by accident, don't do that shit. Just simply don't jump into the spikes. It's the main lesson the game had for me, I feel like, at least. That's not what I was trying to do, but okay. I think my build gets a lot of soul off being hit and damaging things already, which I feel like is most of the thing you do for this. So, like, I guess in that sense, I'm just already prepared. Which is nifty, and, like, was also definitely not the case the first time I did this. So that's another advantage, I guess, of this playstyle. Is it just being more suited for this than my, like, natural kit was. Damn. I disagree, but okay. That's fine. You can definitely hit me in a way that doesn't track with the motion on the screen. That's fair. I guess I just stumbled into its hitbox, but it really felt like I did not. Like, I thought I had that swipe for sure. I guess I get a shit ton of soul off this when I fail. Being able to recharge from the hitty guys really helps here. Like, in particular, of all the kit I'm running, like that. Or I guess like having extra soul off hitting these guys in particular is just a big boon for this. I disagree with the things that have happened on the screen, but that's fine. Oh, come on. Come on now. I really should dash into that one. No, I should not have spent my dash on the way over. Oh, I see. That wall in like right in front of me, I was not registering as a wall. I registered that as a background element for some reason. I see. I understand now. My brain, she is trying her best. Height bit here is what really gets tricky. I thought that light was going to be a saw blade. That's a saw blade. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't really have any reason to expect that to work. No reason not to heal up to full and charge to full every time if it gives me the thing, I suppose. Almost. I need to have a little more height there. It just makes the reaction too tight otherwise. Yeah, that was a little too cheeky. That, for instance, that'll, ow. Well, it did work until it did not work, but at first it worked, which is great. Ow. Yeah, there's no reason to be that rapid at the end. Ow. don't know why I tried to go fast on that one. Looking at the stage of this that is specifically about getting your timing exactly right and going, I should be fast on this. I should do quickly. I should zoom. I had the timing right the first time. Now I'm trying to relearn it. I think going underneath is fine there. Not like that, though. I also don't need to play exactly this safe with the heals, but I would rather play it safe and not have an unfortunate circumstance than the other way around. Just means that it's going to be a bit slower every reload than it could in theory be if I wanted to play a little bit. Even a teeny tiny bit less safe than I'm playing now. I don't need to like bounce on the wall as much as I'm bouncing. Also, that usually is just kind of a like tactic to settle my nerves a bit before I go for the next jump. And it's something I do in like any game that has that kind of movement. You saw a bunch of it in Celeste probably, even though the wall jumps work differently there, I guess. Me just trying to get myself psyched up for the next jump, mostly. It's just unfortunate that this is a place where it is also introducing a risk. Because of how the hitboxes work and how I'm still kind of getting used to that. Damn it. Trying to keep my mic more over the game. I'm not sure how distinguishable I am or if it's actually a problem or not. I'm staring at two level charts on my screen and trying to make sense of their numbers. Level chart. I'm not sure why that's the phrasing I use, but you know what I mean. Damn it. I should have dashed there. Well, and also that I did actually dash there, but I didn't get the timing quite right to survive it, but whatever. think I assume I'm going to have a jump there, and I don't, is what has happened the last, like, 3 deaths there. My brain is just assuming there is a jump that is not forthcoming, and I therefore need to find a different way to approach that is not going to get stuck on that. Which I think is just waiting a second. My truest and oldest foe in Souls-like games, having to wait a second. Having to be mildly patient. Can't do it. Damn it. I should have hovered on that last one a little bit longer. Damn it. Timing on those is pretty loose, but you can in fact get off the timing, especially if you don't actually do your pogo at like the maximum possible distance, which is the way I've been getting stabbed this last few times, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I need to be coming down a little bit later, I need to be hitting a little bit sooner, or ideally probably both. Damn it. I was thinking about trying to move forward while I was also trying to get my pogo in, and then it had predictable results. I disagree, but okay, that's fine. I still disagree, but that's still fine. No, I need to stay in the air longer. I'm getting much better air control doing this, but I still am having moments where I just, like, forget that I can control it to the degree I can, and that it is necessary, or at least very helpful, to be able to do that here. In the hard platforming section, where you do the hard platforming. I did the same thing. Might have also been a side of a control stick gate sometimes does sideways because I didn't push it down enough, or I press it sideways first by accident. Either way. Control failure somewhere between me and the controller. Who could say where? I think when Ash, you get through this whole thing, I will take another quick break. Oh boy. I jumped for more time in the air when I really needed to be bouncing. Right. Made the same mistake I made previous attempts. There is floor there. I did jump towards floor correctly. Unfortunately, there was also a spike in the way. Or a saw blade. One of those two. No, I could have done another bounce. Would love to stop dying that precise way. In that precise spot. I would love to die a different way than I've died before. At the very least. Not quite. I... I need to stop swinging forward when what I mean to do is swing downward. It's a particularly frustrating way to keep fucking this up. keep trying to dodge underneath that, which A, I would like to do correctly, and B, I think it's not even the correct thing you need to do there, but I also need to get to the end more times to actually understand what is there. Oh, end. I don't even know if that picks the end. That seems end-like, but we'll see. I don't remember how big any of these screens are, if I'm being honest. I just remember... Well, I guess the jury's still out on whether I even did this the first time or not, or if I watched other people do it after, but... I don't know how much of this I remember, I guess is the point of that train of thought. Also, I don't remember any, so I did directly at least, because I didn't do it, but who could say? Yeah, okay. I think what you want to do there is bounce off the saw blade as it comes towards you, dash under, jump up, and catch it as it comes across again. Which means you need to be much better timed than I have been on my attempts, but seems very much doable at least. Especially once I get more of the hang of the rest of this early bit, which I'm starting to get. Like that, but again, with a little bit lower of a jump. The timing of that last bit is so annoying. I don't even never figured it out yet. I'm just trying to like guess at what's correct of like, okay, I know you want to go underneath that wall and then be able to catch on the other side, but how do I come in from where I'm at to make that possible. I'm going to take a water bio break early here. I'm certain I've got this. I just need apparently many more attempts, and I might need a short break to stretch and get more water before I do that. I'll give it at least a couple more attempts, though. A couple more real attempts. Falling off the edge does not count. Nope, I cannot spend my jump, is the thing. It's one of the things I specifically need on the other side of that. Almost. Still didn't see where to go after that, but I was at least much better than the previous bits I'd gotten there. Nope. I thought I had lost my jump, and then I got it back, and then I misused it, and did not in fact save myself. I'm gonna step away for a quick second and get that water and bio. I'll be right back. Enjoy blade sounds. I return. Trisha is yelling at me because I dared to pet her, and now she's complaining at me. She does love pets, but they do make her aware that she can come get more attention, usually. I did the thing again. It would have been salvageable if I had dashed a little bit later, I suppose. Maybe that's the way to make that a little more easy. I don't know why I had weird air control that time. Makes sense. Right, the lesson I've learned in that section is just commit. Either stay back in Pogo one more time in the old one, or just really go for the new one. Don't do the thing in the middle, because they just don't have the distance to make it there in time. Keep getting out of sync on that one specifically. I don't know how I got off phase on this intro part suddenly. still just don't understand the timing for that last bit. Well, I mean, I do, but like executing it is the part I can't yet pull off. I really should just trust in my pogo and sit there and think about it when I get back there again. Problem is that my pogoing on direct spike like that is very good at this point, but not perfect. And I get nervous at the idea of sitting on one indefinitely while I try to figure out exactly what is a repeatable way to get past that bit for me. I think not using the jump is part of it, and I just need to train that out of my hand somehow. It's like just take a big jump off the spike, dash across, and then jump again to get on the one on the other side, and then sit there as long as I have to figure out what to do after that point. I've been past that a little bit, I just didn't even see what the next jump after that is. And I need to time those better. Again, not doing the correct thing that I've deduced I should do there, because I keep doing the wrong thing out of habit. Because muscle memory is my foe as much as my friend. It's a little too eager. keep having a hunter moment and burning both of my jumps in one go somehow. Doing from the spikes is too far. If I want to do the underneath, I wish it would not take me this long to rediscover the thing I did flawlessly like 20 attempts ago and have not been able to recreate since. Like, I'll get there, I believe in myself, but it's just like, I did it, I did the thing, and then I forgot all I knew about how to do the thing. Like, I think catching the blaze coming back is probably a more sensible way to do it, but I just do not have the timing for that downloaded even a little bit. Just the galling thing is I can see the movement I want to do, I just can't process the timing or execute on it. It's like, I know what I need to do to make that work. I know the tools I have at my disposal. I just am not doing the thing. We'll say this song does not hold up nearly as well to being played endlessly as a bunch of the songs in Celeste did. Like, it's a good song, it's just that you get tired of it much faster than those songs, I feel like. Or at least I did. So I guess saying that, I feel like the farewell track also did not eventually did not last as well in that role. Like it was mostly the B-side tracks that had the juice to just go as long as they needed. If only if I just like fell and dashed and jumped that exact attempt, I would have had it. Which is going to the muscle memory thing again, I suppose. Of just, I am training myself to do the incorrect thing instead of the correct thing. I was a little eager in trying to get it to get the enough time to get past it. Getting much solider at the beginning of this, at least. Or, well, beginning. Every part of this but the part I am stuck on, I feel like I have down at this point. I do like that you get your everything back from both pogoing and just touching a wall, which is fair enough in the way this game works. Like, you know, the levels are designed for it clearly, especially these ones, but like, such a different thing compared to the way Celeste worked, where you specifically needed firm ground to get your abilities back. Here it's just like, this all is giving me all my mobility tools back instantly, which is neat. And, you know, Force is a whole different... I mean, I don't know. Everything about the way this game controls Force is a different, like, level design schema that you would do in Celeste, but I feel like that fact alone is a meaningful part of that as to, you know, why this is going to generate different kinds of levels. I don't say it that way to, you know, cut out the work of the people that design these levels. I mean, like, the design space of the game is a forcing function on that. It's going to influence how you can design things and how, you know, ROM hackers will then design things. I assume there are Paul and I ROM hackers. I've not looked into it at all, but one assumes. I never did look at State of the Art Celeste speedrunning after finishing it again. I should do that. To see what kind of bullshit people are up to these days. I know AGDQ is on, and I could be watching it, but I think I don't know. I think I'm not as suited for watching endless game live streams as I was in like 2016, 2017. Really earlier than that. I think like, God, 2014 I think is when I was like prime audience for that shit. Like, it was just easiest for me to have that on just all the time. And I just have not been in a place for it for ages, and I think it's a mixture of things. Just, you know, ADHD getting worse, like having creative pursuits I want to put in my time that like require more attention than I can spare. Like, you know, again, because of ADHD stuff to an extent. Having, you know, no tolerance for ads. Like, I understand people gotta run ads. If I ever get successful enough on Twitch or YouTube, I will also have to run ads because they will make me. Like, it's just a fact of the platform. But I don't want to watch a thing if I'm interrupted by a live ad during a live stream. It makes me want to commit violence. It is just so disgusting that is just an accepted thing we've allowed. Like, ads have ruined the internet generally in a million ways, but that just feels like one of the most insidious ones. Yeah, you are more immune to these things than I am. I do recommend watching GDQ. I feel like they generally have a good show and do some dumb fucking shit with video games in a way that's fun to watch, but... And I could watch VODs. The problem that I've found is I'm not much better at watching GDQ VODs at this point. Like, I, in theory, have, like, a several-year backlog of things I meant to go watch, so, like... I could watch the VODs for GDQ. I won't. I know I won't. I could. But I won't. Maybe someone will point out a particularly good, like, thing I've got to watch, and I will go watch it then instead of saying I'll get around to it and not getting around to it. I did look to see if Peak was on the list, and it is not this year. Maybe it'll hit AGDQ, but Peak seems like a game you could have fun speedrunning, or at least I would very much enjoy to watch. I would really enjoy watching someone speedrun that game. It would make me happy. And presumably people are. Like, I guess if it's not happening at GDQ, it could still be happening. I would just need to go find those communities and see what kind of bullshit they're up to. I need to stop being out of phase there. Or here, for that matter. No, I need to like commit to it if I wanted to do that. Oh, Trisha is alert and moving. And putting her head in the front of the goddamn screen. I keep trying to do something. I keep trying to do the dash into it and hit off it strat too early, and I keep trying to do the strat where you go over where you race ahead of it too late. And I need to just pick one of those and do the correct timing and get out of the hell I have put myself in. A little too eager on that one. I need to have a drink of something. I have a little soda left. I also have water. Really not your best timing, Trisha. Honey, please lay down. I guess part of the problem when I'm like trying to go with that route is I think I've got to, you know, lead the other saw through. It's like, no, I'm racing that guy. I need to just get on the other side and get on the safe saw blade above the spike hazard. I just need to see the timing that I am just not seeing any of these attempts, and then I'll be fine. Wish I remembered what I did the first time. Well, not the first time, but the first time that I actually got through. I just wish I remembered the timing from that. Well, touched the wall too briefly that time, I guess. It's either hit it a little bit farther over than do exactly that, basically. I did watch someone else do it, and it told me mostly that I just need to not waste a jump, and then I can basically have it. I also need to not do that. Little too eager. ceiling. So close. Once again, I had a hunter moment. need to stop doing that. That's the exact thing I need to unlearn, and yet... I need to do the jump a little bit farther over so I don't feel tempted to do that. Dash under without hitting the floor like I've done on every time I've gotten there in the last, like, half dozen or so, and then I have it. I also need to stop doing an accidental side swing. Okay. I keep not sticking the dismount to that also. That is the other thing I need to just get solved, and then I won't be able to win this level. Needed to be faster. Like, I figured out why I'm dying here sometimes. It's just a matter of, like, not having enough momentum for the way I've learned to do this section. I just don't, like, get the jump right some of the time. Doesn't make it less frustrating, but I at least understand. I was trying to be a little earlier so I could catch it coming across just like that and then bouncing off and then I'd be there, but a little too quick on the draw. Ow. That would be an example of not being quick enough for the way I've learned to do this. Needed to be faster. Really need to not hesitate there as I keep doing that and then making a bad pogo like that and losing an attempt. I'm not like incredibly beating myself up about every failed attempt, but it's like I had a chance to practice the thing I need to practice and I've just flubbed a bunch of attempts after. It's like, okay, I need to just tighten up and get this so I can get more attempts at the thing that is still tricky to me. I hesitated. I hesitated. You're so good to me, hon, being my #1 cheerleader in times like this. Oh, and generally, but also in times like this. Okay, I know I see where I'm trying to go, at least. So I do need to get another knock on the thing afterwards, is what I'm learning there. Almost. I need to tighten up that change over there. Made the same mistake. I... Right. Unfortunately, you do have to win that part too. And I had the right idea, I just got nervous. Hun, if you have to go to bed, I'll understand, though I'm frustrated that I couldn't show you the end of this. Okay. Also, my fragile charm is broken now, but that's fine. I'm pretty sure that is just the end of it, though. Like, that is your final test, and if you can get past that, you're done. You just do have to get past it. Which means you had better have a bunch of soul to just dump into those guys as fast as fucking possible, because one of them is a nightmare, and two of them is even more of a nightmare, as it turns out. That's an interesting way to die there. I guess I didn't fall off enough off the ledge. In theory, a bunch of the rest of this early stuff will be a lot easier now, because now I'm nice and warmed up and raised to the highest level of challenge this area expects from me. In practice, it might take a little longer, but we at least know it is possible, and that is a great thing. That is a wonderful thing. And they do give you full juice at every one of these statues, so besides that part, there's no bit of this you can really... you could die at any part of this, but it's not that easy to die at any part of this early bit. So the fact that death is a full restart, while cruel, is not something that comes up as much as you might think. Just if you had this area explained to you, I feel like. Also, it might have not counted... Did that not count as... Oh, neat. So I guess that does not count as a death for the purposes of this. It just counts as a death for no start over purposes. I never forget what that opens. Maybe it opened a shortcut I could have taken here. Oh yeah, it did. I didn't have to do that section again. Well, listen. Listen. I'm just that enthused for the platforming challenges that the Path of Pain has for me. That was not the route I should have taken there. Keep timing my needing to jump exactly for the one moment I cannot jump on that wall. Same with the lower one. Right, it's to the right. Calm down. Simply perform correctly and get back there. And then do it for realsies. I did not remain in that little bit I was stuck in, though, is the thing. And the fact that you can slide on the wall past these is nifty, but it can also lead to you just being stuck when what you really need to do is just keep moving to the next bit. I have unlearned the jump I used to get around that the first time I got through here. How did I do that the first time? Like, I thought it was just jumping basically like that. I just don't remember how I did it successfully. Progress. Oh, hey. It's the place. I thought there was more lead up. Okay, we're back at it. It's like I never fucked up in the first place. Get the fuck out of my house. Hope you like plot. Hope you like plot, babe. That's what it's all for, is a scene. That's Path of Pain. I guess there's also, you know, other White Palace to do, but... God, what Druid ones would you even get for that? I forgot that was tied to that. I see. I almost ordered Krispy Kreme recently, but I realized that I wanted something that was not donuts for the breakfast I was planning at the time. And so I ordered from a different donut place that also had, like, egg sandwiches of some description. Ugh, I'm gonna take a stretch break. If people that are sharks and also bunnies are going to bed, I will pause to, you know, say my goodbyes and all that, but... It is just going to be a little more White Palace, and then, I don't know. We'll see if I want to do more shit after doing that. Good night, honey bun. Love you very much. Thank you for your support, and keeping my mood in a good place. Which I'm getting better at doing myself, I guess I should say. But certainly have had the model of you to help drive me to higher heights. Yeah, I'm just gonna step away for a minute. I won't be too long, but I just need to get up and stretch. Welcome back to the stream, Tourmaline. There will be a little more in a second. I do need... Oh, I'm sorry. I do need to get up and stretch, but I'll be back shortly, and I probably won't go that far from the computer. Hello. It's fun trying to like discover like now that I've done the like specifically set apart hardest part of White Palace. It's like, okay, what is regular White Palace like again? 'Cause it is generally much easier, though it is not, you know, free necessarily either. Two. Hi, Trishy. Can you keep moving? Thank you, honey. Trisha loves to march across my desk interminably. She has places she needs to go, and they're on the other side of me at all times. I almost had that. I just need to be a little patient. Actually significantly more scared about dying in this section than I was in any part of the White Palace. Or of any part of the Path of Pain, rather, I mean. It's all White Palace. This is just the Path of Unpain, I guess. Oh, actually, if I can get that high, maybe I can just... Oh! Well, with a little more timing, perhaps. Oh, boy. Okay, that's fine. That's actually what I wanted to do. What else do I need to do in the White Palace that's potentially missable? So I know the Path of Pain is the big thing, but I don't know if there's anything else. Fish a baby. Okay, she's crossing the desk again. Okay, there's lore I could potentially miss, which I will try not to, but... Oh no? I think there might not be anything that meaningful besides... But yeah, she does have to be in front of the keyboard sometimes. Mostly she just likes to cross between me and the monitor, because she does not... Well, she does recognize it as an object of interest, because it has things that are moving sometimes. But primarily, what she wants to do is quickly get to the other side of the desk to do a thing she's determined is important. And it's unimportant to her if that blocks me for a bit. Or rather, she'll move quickly, but her moving quickly is still keeping her in the way for a little bit, is the thing. Oh wait, that's it. I see. I understand now. I'm gonna eat a death. Finally gonna lose our fragile charm after already claiming I'd lost it ages ago. Unless these just don't count for that, which I suppose is possible. Alright, that's neat. Yeah, this game is forgiving in ways that I had not realized. I'm sure that's part of it, Tourmaline. She does love attention. She wishes that attention was being bestowed to her at all times. It's just unclear how often she's doing it on purpose to get in the way, or if it's just kind of a side thing of like, I want to be over here now. Because she does have other places she wants to be sometimes. The thing is, I'm also Cat, so really it's a question of who gets all the mortal, possession forfeiting, really. Ow. Forfeit all moral possessions to the streamer. Not impossible yet, because I don't have subs or anything yet, because I still need to hit affiliate. So just, I mean, you could always, I guess I could always beg people to send me money on Ko-fi, but it doesn't have quite the same... I can't honor the traditional ways you forfeit moral possessions to streamer. We're not there yet. We haven't earned the right. One day. It might be like 8 or 9 or 10 even? I don't know. I'm gonna look at my calendar, which might tell me the answer to this. He's getting up there, but I'm not sure how old. When is her birthday? It's in February, right? She's in my calendar somewhere for exactly this reason, but I keep forgetting. My calendar, or my email, Fastmail, which I use for email and calendar and stuff, has a convenient feature where if you put it in contacts with a birthday, it has a easy accessible pop-up that says how old they are, which is nice. Which I don't know. She's 10. I was almost right. Aw. House cats love to be on top of things. Like, not necessarily while you're using them even, but they just love, at least Trisha, she like, if a piece of paper falls on the ground, she will go lay on it. And I can only assume that it has an interesting texture for her or something. She just loves, like, the feeling of being on top of a thing. Doesn't matter what it is, just that it has a texture that she can go, oh, this is neat, I like this. At least that's my best theory I formed after watching her do that a bunch of times. Right, so if I just get through this section, I'm finally awarded a bench again, I think. But I do have to get through this section first. I think it's probably a little true. Or at least a little true. I'm not going to be that negative. I buy this. Getting between these, I think, might be my least favorite thing in the White Palace. Just like, but it doesn't seem difficult. It's just like you have to step exactly right or you die instantly. And I guess I just really wish they were as free with the totems in this section as they are in the rest of it. Hey. That's what I was trying to do. Also the fact that this is like insta kill too. Like I know it has to be, or there'd be like no real challenge. But it's just like being slightly off and losing like 1/9 of your health is frustrating, especially when you're just given no opportunity to fix it. Like I get like a health back every 2 deaths here, or 3 maybe. Just move, honey. I know there's moving on the screen. I need to see it, though. The real path of pain was the rest of White Palace we met along the way. Come on. Okay, that one was on me. Janky, but it works. Which is all that really matters. My beloved. The more times I die here, the more I will just have the opinion that the Path of Pain is just by far the best part of White Palace, and every other part of it sucks more. Hey. My fault for going 1 nanosecond early in the section where I must go exactly in the right window or I die instantly. God. Path of Pain, I miss you so much. I guess that's the thing that just tripped me up here, and I think tripped me up the first time too, is like you can't dash through those even with Shade Step. You just gotta fucking time it, and like that's the challenge, I guess, but it sucks. It's miserable. Like all the other stuff I've done in this area so far has been much more compelling platforming than that bit specifically, which is just like a hope you're pixel perfect check. Which I don't want to be doing that shit out of speedrunning. I really don't. Like, I can get back into my Link to the Past rando and have to care very much about pixel perfect positioning, but I didn't think that's what I was here to do. I'd also be less actively annoyed about this if I didn't have to redo this whole section every time. Link to the Past Zelda, yeah. I used to do randomizer speedrunning for that and might do it again at some point. Though I would need to get hold of the tooling and stuff for it, so I think I nuked a bunch of that in a fit of being pissed about the way Nintendo is peak. But at some point I kind of want to go back to it. I was never, like, amazingly good at it, but I, you know, ran daily seeds and had fun with it, and I think it would be fun to at some point go back to that. But there's a bunch of, well, I mean, there's a bunch of, you know, shit you can do in that. If you, a speedrunner like tech you can do to skip stuff, and like some of it was stuff I even like learned. Like there's a couple like easy glitches you could do, like swimming without flippers that like opened a bunch of stuff up. And there's a bunch of other, like, harder tricks, like ways to warp across the screen and get to areas way earlier than you're supposed to that you had to do very carefully, or you just, like, soft-locked, basically. And I learned a bunch of that before I quit, or, you know, stopped doing it, and it was fun, and I'd like to do more of it. Okay. Yeah, I would need to think of it, like, I would not want to make a stream series out of it, but I could see doing it, like, once a month, or, like, possibly once a week, or just, you know, putting recordings up. I would need to figure out how I wanted to integrate it into my, I don't know, content setup. I hate to use the word content, but I guess I don't know how else to phrase, like, I would need to decide how much time a week I want to spend on playing that, and if I would want to do it on stream or not. Or if I would want to consistently do it on stream, just make it a sometimes food, I guess. It sucks. And, like, the randomizer specifically, like, is why I would want to come back to it, because, like, what if all the items were shuffled, and, like, heart containers were shuffled, and, like, depending on what seed you're doing, and, like, the thing that randomizes the seed can sometimes choose to do this. Like, the keys can be randomized from dungeons, which has a lot of interesting quirks on how things are arrayed, as it turns out. Come on, you can't just give that to me. Alright, get over here. We're killing every one of you for soul. I probably have some recordings somewhere of playing it too. John, it would not necessarily have any more value than just playing it fresh, but I do have them in theory. It's a fucking farm full health off this thing. I don't give a shit. I mean, I should have given it a little more of a shot. Like the fun thing, the reason you'd want like a bunch of tooling besides just a specific emulator is that you want, well, I don't know, there's I guess different schools of thought. Like, I think one of the people that I played with liked not using a tracker for it, but like at least when you're learning, you can have a tracker up, that you have to like mark stuff by hand to a degree, I think, but though maybe I'm wrong on that, I don't remember. But like you basically you have a map up of all of the chests to check. Or if you're playing keys, like what keys you have. And like to a degree I think it works automatically, but I don't remember the exact extent of that. And to a degree you just have to mark shit yourself. But it's just basically like, okay, where, if I'm looking for, you know, randomized items, where do I need to go? And like what items, what ones can I not check yet because of items I have? And what ones are the best value for me to go to right now? I think once I get through my glut of Souls likes, maybe I'll take a break and just do some randomizer. Just do some randomizer and have that be my Wednesday thing for a minute, because it would run fine on Linux, or at least I don't think there's any reason it wouldn't. I haven't run that shit in a minute, but I think it was fine to run on Linux. I don't know if I understand where it wants me to go here. Oh, unless it's down, in which case I kind of do understand. Need to hit that wall a little bit faster. Okay, good, I got a spot here. Interesting. She's supposed to go all the way over there, but I don't think so. Oh, you are in fact supposed to do that. I see. I'm king now. Sweet. Well, time to go turn it into the cooler one. I was hoping I'd get some money out of that somehow, but I guess I still need to raise like 27k so that Divine doesn't break my kneecaps. Right, there's not... What is the fastest way down there? Also, what badge am I missing now at this point? I know I've looked this up and then filed some away. It's like, oh, I need to get later in the game first, but I'm pretty later in the game now, so what singular charm am I missing? Oh, it's okay. I'm just missing the one that is currently inside what's her name. I see. Never mind. We're all good. All charms had technically. I guess I should get Salubrious Blessing after I actually activate that, though. Am I missing any fun inventory stuff also? Sorry, I'm doing some wiki searches on my phone trying to check shit I'm missing. Oh right, you actually need it equipped. I forgot this. I forgot the crucial thing about it. Oh, that's fine. We'll simply have to climb all the way back to the top and equip it. I guess I could have used that warp spot at any point had I remembered that I'd put it there. So many corpses. This is probably fine. Probably was a justifiable cost. That definitely worked and didn't just not work and also cause unimaginable suffering. Sorry, I'm trying to plug my phone in to charge it real quick. It's me. Fucked up. It's the name of the game. Friend now. I figured there was an arcane egg or something like it down here, but my question now is, are there other things worth getting down here? Or have I done the things that are important now? Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there is, in fact, one more thing I need to get down here. Not in here specifically, but in this area broadly before I go. Also, that is the last arcane egg that I could have gotten, so neat. I'll need to find another way to raise the remaining many geo I need, but that's a start. It's something. Arcane egg. Collectible worth 1200 geo. The void is friend now. overshot it, but by how much? I didn't have enough faith. He's just gone up here. Oh, fuck. It's unfortunate that it's gonna end up in the middle position specifically, but whatever.
Sagamos. Hakana Sagamos.
Bench is this talking about? So apparently I just missed the item that tells you what your completionism is, because it is in the temple somewhere, but I can't see where. Or at least I'm very afraid of accidentally getting into the fight that I don't want to do yet. There we go. Okay. Goodbye. I was just so afraid of what if end of game happens, despite it not really being that picky about it. Also, I am prepared for the ending I want anyway, so it's not like it really matters. How are we doing? 106%. Nice. I guess I just fucking grind so I can get my badge. Only 1,200. Okay. Oh no, it is 1,500. Okay, so they cost a different amount. Interesting. I thought it was just whichever one you got first was less expensive, but apparently it depends on which one, and Fragile Strength is the most expensive, and Fragile Greed is a lot less expensive. But I do still need about 8,000 geo, so I guess I should go sell my item, and then I will just go do Coliseum until I have enough money. I'm also going to get a kill on a rare bug who I totally forgot existed. Eventually. There's a 2% chance that a bug spawns to fix this sign if it is broken. If you kill them, you get journal entry, and then you also get to go visit them and say, sorry I killed you. It was for a journal entry. Surely you understand. Nope. Well, I got the spawn, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's probably worth doing the thing that Paige I was looking at actually suggests, which is having Salubra's charm, so you can just get soul back for free. Because you really do want a Desolate Dive if you're going to get that guy fast enough. Like, you can swing as you're falling, I think, but it's, as you saw, tricky. Yeah, I guess my first order of business should be to sell my thing. Even if that is a pain to get to, still. Couldn't I do this? Yeah, I thought so. And then I go up here, and then I do this. Oh, well, good enough. So I could fight these guys in theory. It's only 80 a pop though, and that doesn't really feel worth it. Okay, so I need 1,000, and then the 1,600. So there's like 9 completions of the Colosseum, which I think is my best bet. At least getting my Geo back is free in the Colosseum. Oh, hi Trishy. AP, scoot over, honey. So sit on the bench here, just in case. So here, I'll take that off and that off, and someone just to make my life a little bit easier. What else do I want for fighting reasons? Right, I guess strength is the one that I want. I just don't have it right now. That doesn't hurt, though. Travel of the Fool awards 3,000, so it is technically, well, it's better return, but I think the extra time it takes to clear, even if you're firing on all cylinders, means it is not worth grinding as much as the second one. At least it seems to be the wiki's conclusion, which I am not inclined to dispute. So I'll do this enough to get my strength charm back, and then I'll get that, and then I'll come do it 3 or 4 more times after that for other charm. Dirty trick. She ain't nothing to me, man. I already did the hard one. too much soul. Like I said, too much soul. Well, 4 more times and I get my, or 3 more times and I get my, unbreakable strength. Though honestly, if it's gonna be like that, I might just, grind out 3 more after that too, even if I could make it slightly faster with strength. I'm just too lazy to go all the way back to Dirtmouth and back. I guess there's a bench. No, I would have to go all the way to Dirtmouth and back. I think I might be too lazy for that. Pusher baby, stop trying to crawl into the monitor. Easy. That's why Abyssal Scream is the king. Let's just be a little cocky and go back in without a full heal. I think I can make it up. I think I'm out of being a little bit cocky at this point. I have been performing well. I've been doing good at the video game. What's a Souls game if I have a little hubris, huh? See, we're fine. I am thinking intently about. I'm having some folks visit this weekend, and I'll probably do a proper grocery trip as opposed to my reduced selection delivery nonsense. And I am excited to buy charcuterie stuff and have cheeses. I love having cheese plates. It makes me so happy. Get a bunch of bries and I don't know, some other stuff. Maybe some goat cheeses again. I usually have like a couple bries, like maybe one cheddar, little goat cheese, and like then like some like not necessarily a proper blue cheese, but something like that, something with that kind of like potency to it. But I always kind of just do it by vibes day of, so we'll see what strikes my fancy. Maybe a little sausage too. I've not been consistent in getting sausage because it is nice to do the proper charcuterie thing, but also a cheese plate is good too, as it turns out. I'll also be getting various chores done that I've been putting off because they're annoying, and they will be more convenient when my visitor is here. Out of my fucking face. Trisha, baby, please don't stand in front of the screen. Move, honey. And she stood up and did a big stretch in front of the TV, and it's like, honey, I need to see that. I still need to see that. You know the interesting things on it. You yourself are interested in looking at it sometimes. Can't you understand that the big kitty also wants to look at it? It's also possible she wants to go to bed, but it's not huge. I don't know. She's been kind of mixed up about when is appropriate bed hours for a while, but this is not. I've been having much worse sleep habits than this, so she should be used to me being up for ages by now. Oh. We are having a graphical issue. I'm so curious about what is happening to the in the emulation side to make that happen sometimes. It's like purely like visual stuff, and like this is going through Proton. Oh, it's not fixed on my. Hold on, I'll fix it on my stream if I can. Oh god, I don't know if I can successfully fix it on the stream fast enough. You just have to go through my narration for a second. I'm sorry. So I know how to fix it. I just cannot do it if I can look. Yeah, I'll be able to fix it here as long as I'm a little careful. So I need to also get a bunch of heals off, which is part of the reason I'm not yet fixing it on the stream. But bear with me. Bear with me. We'll get there. There we go. To the extent it's exciting to anyone, the way I fix it is I'm using i3, Italian Window Manager, so I full screen and then unfull screen the app, and then it usually fixes the graphical issues on my end. And then to actually get it fixed in OBS, I have to unselect the source, or set the source that puts Hollow Knight on my screen to something else, and then set it back and it's fixed. There seems some weird intersection of how X11 works, or X11 capture. And maybe if I ever, you know, learn how Wayland works, it will fix that problem or give me different problems, or both. But I would have to put in that effort. I do not have the spoons for that right now. I've got too much shit going on. I figured that should be fine in the recording, instead of the part where it was actually broken on my system, but I guess we'll find out. It's amazing that like Proton has generally just been a make game work engine for me with very few exceptions outside of like, you know, software. Like games have just broadly worked for me, but it's always fun when stuff like breaks down like that, and only sometimes. Like it must just be some like weird edge case of whatever libraries are being emulated, and I don't know enough about such systems to even begin to guess, but I'm interested. I find it interesting that it breaks in that way. I wish it would happen not during Coliseum stuff, personally, but it is interesting. There are a lot of ways where doing so can be bad, but I think like as a computer scientist, there's at least some benefit to finding it interesting when computers break. It can be, depending on your subfield of programming or computer science, it can be very beneficial to your work, in fact, to have that curiosity. Like, I know systems and graphics programmers are benefited by that curiosity, or at least become entertaining, make entertaining posts when they chase that kind of thing. I'm thinking of a particular person on Blue Sky who I've, you know, not personally known, but have followed for a while, and would mention if I could remember her handle correctly. I feel like whenever I try to remember it, I get it a little bit wrong, so I don't want to just try to name it on stream and be wrong. Fucking turned him around. He was so lost. I'm glad I'm getting a better headspace about not beating myself up for every issue doing it, but I'm glad the Linux streaming experiment has been broadly going so well, and I will be even happier if I can get my 3D VTubing software or equivalent to finally run on this, which is really the major blocker. Like, there's some games I'd probably still stick to on Windows, but if I can get my 3D software to run, I would be perfectly content making Linux not only my Wednesday stream platform, but my default, like the thing I reached for first for streams. Whereas currently I'm doing it 50-50. Which I don't know. I guess it's 2 stream days a week. There's not a big distinction I'm making there between the two, but I guess what I actually mean is if I get my 3D software working and like had that bit of parity between my streaming platforms, I would start exclusively streaming on Linux unless I had a good reason to not to. Because I definitely want to do that full time. It is, or in the future, it's just a matter of figuring out the wrinkles and like making myself do this partial measure to encourage me to do it at all, which is broadly working. Also, I really enjoyed accidentally going for the kill on that explosive bat and not immediately dying somehow. It's amazing what you can do when you just memorize enemy patterns, aka among the more core skills that, in my view at least, a Souls game has, definitionally. Definitively? No. I think I did mean definitionally, but I'm not sure if there's a better actual grammatical word that I want to be there, but like, it's not like all I would define a Souls game by, but I feel like it's a big part of it is you gotta learn this guy's patterns. Or, you know, you don't, but you gotta have some other strategy. And if you know the patterns, that is a good strategy. That's a good way to not get your ass kicked. I think I was thinking in those terms when it came to doing White Defender, or I guess Zote for that matter, of like, oh, you know, the bonus thing for them is like, you fight them past the first time, you know, they do 2, 3, 4 damage a hit, or at least White Defender does. I don't remember what gets more complicated about Zote, but like, which is scary, you know, like that's a lot of damage. It means like the hits matter a lot more, unless you simply learn the patterns and don't get hit, which is, you know, the thing Radiant Clear is asking of you anyway. So like, you get deep into God Home stuff, as I, you know, intend to do. It's like, if you just learn the fight well enough that you don't get hit, doesn't matter how much damage he does now, does it? And like, I don't know, phrased differently, that's just a, you know, Souls player get good thing in a way that's not compelling, but it's like, you know, the game has a thing for that, and like, you get your movesets down, you get like way into the pantheons and like learn that shit, as I, you know, did at least to some extent on the Switch. Like, yeah, doesn't matter how much damage he does it? Simply don't be hit. should be the big boys again. I think there's 3 more clears after this. Yeah, it'd be 2,500, right? That's how math works. 16,000 plus 9,000. Nice try. My eyes decided to water in a way that is very distracting, and I would prefer it wasn't doing that. I assume my eye, like my cat, would also prefer that I go to bed at normal hours instead of being a night owl, but, you know, here we are. Yeah, I know part of it's just that I did full today, and like also, I guess the rest of it is that I got, you know, really good at combat, but it's hard to believe this was a challenge to me at some point. And I don't, this is not going back and endorsing me being kind of shitty to the game and myself by saying, you know, I'm playing like dog shit, but I have in fact warmed up now, and now I know what I'm doing, and the results are very clear in how much I'm able to just knock this out. We are working very hard on being nicer to ourselves. I don't know why I do royal we so often. I feel like it's like programmer poisoning, because programmers like to use like we, and like computer science professors also like talk about like we can do so and so and we can do so and so in like the formal proof sense. So one or both of those things have just poisoned me, and now I am a we. I am a person who says we when I really mean I. rude to me. Big boys, big boys. Two more after this. I think this... I will end on Nightmare King Grim and then leave... fuck, I don't know. I might just really commit and do the, No, I take back the Sunside started forming. I will save regular boss fight in Radiance and Nightmare King Grim for next time, but I will clear everything else out of my completionism quest, I think. I'm looking forward to Nightmare King Grim. I really liked that fight. It was one of the ones that was really fun for me to learn. I gotta stop doing that. I got away with it twice, but I really gotta stop doing that. Okay, let's do a little of this and one of those. Bit of a waste to use this on these guys, even if I am flush on soul, and will, you know, gain it back over the course of the fight. I think it was better to do the thing I did in the first round, where I saw they were bunched up well enough that I could get like 3 of them with 1 scream. Like, that was absolutely worth it. The rest of these, less justifiable. Probably should just use one of those instead. Use one of these, and then, yeah, get my soul filled back up. Get 1 scream, and still basically filled up. Wonderful. One more after this. I mean, this one I guess I could just go farm a few, but what if I just did another Coliseum? I guess I could have always farmed elsewhere, but now it's below. It's only, I only need like 600 more, which is much more achievable than the amount I needed previously. Peace. If they need money for Salubra's blessing too, so maybe it is good that I'm doing 1 extra. Oh, not 1 extra, but overshooting what I need for just the charms a bit. Or for just the, no, I did mean charms. mind me, just dodging you for some free heals. Ow, I see. Okay, that should do it. No! Fuck! Fuck! Damn it! Abort! Abort! I mean, I guess I can just use this warp instead. It's not that much farther away. Well, especially now that I've taken the elevator, it's not much farther away. Don't need no elevator. Nope, I passed it. I don't know what I was looking for. No, I was off by 1,000. Well. Just girl things. Don't worry about her. What she's gonna do. What that line indicates later. I know you can have basically the endgame build-up and moving towards this setup. Well, this is not part of it, but it's here now forever. Where is Salute, bro? Huh, okay. I thought she was over here, but I guess I was mixing her up with, Gigi. Ma'am. So easy to get turned around. In the infected crossroads. Love that extra 50% damage with no downsides. Wonderful. It's well worth doing the Coliseum as many times as I had to. Really not that bad. The fact that it got so fast when I really locked in on my spell usage made it not even that bad. Good general practice for Pantheon stuff too. Because, you know, boss patterns are a different thing, and like learning them is gonna be a different thing, but it's still the same basic principle of simply use spells whenever it is safe. And also, you know, augment with some slashing, but have that not be your primary damage output. Oh, that's the mines. So I overshot it. actually... Oh, yeah, right, you have to go... Okay, so yeah, I just missed the entrance being, like, right there. Because, again, you can't... the convenient paths are all blocked off in infected crossroads, because fuck you, that's why. It's not that bad, it's just annoying. And I've already had to, you know, reroute multiple times doing stuff, including the fucking flower run. So I'm excited to not have to deal with it for much longer on account of I have almost run out of video game. Ow. Oh. I overshot again, so I was in theory aiming for the stag station, but this works too. Right, we do this until soul runs out, we sit at the bench, we do this until soul runs out. I wonder if the sign fixing bug is also a Kickstarter backer reward. It feels like it would be, but I don't actually know. If it was on the Hollow Knight wiki page for this character, I missed it, but it feels like the kind of thing that would be. Considering a lot of the like notable looking bugs, especially the ones in the Spirit Grove, are backer rewards, it feels like this would also be. I guess the fact that it's very rare maybe would indicate against that, but I don't know. I'm not sure I remembered any of the AP statistics I took in high school. Someone in college made the point, and I think I wasn't as receptive to it then as I am now, that if you're the kind of, you know, STEM kid that we all were, like, you learn AP stats and you learn AP calculus, and the argument made is that stats is much more useful, practically, to most people. I think it wasn't an argument necessarily for, you know, STEM stuff, but, like, statistics comes up a lot more often than calculus does in most things. I think, like, maybe it's just the way it was phrased. I think that maybe as that's phrased, it's not that objectionable. I think the argument was not a different thing. Like, I think I got the gist of it right, but it was phrased, you know, maybe in a more combative way. But, definitely feels like knowing the stat stuff I used to know would be very useful, because, like, you can kind of, you know, reason things, like, out, like, say this is a 2% chance. Like, what does that mean in terms of, like, expected, how many runs should I have to expect to do of this before I have, you know, a 95% chance of having killed the guy? Like, that is a thing you can reason about. With like statistics and like the right formulas, and that's useful. Oh, that's not that useful. That's kind of just fun. But being able to know that to, you know, produce that kind of thing broadly is helpful. And like there's a surprising number of, real life scenarios where that comes up. Compared to, calculus is also neat. Like I think it's cool and like there's a lot of interesting things about it as the kind of, lapsed math nerd that wanted to study it, or well, had to, but also enjoyed studying it. It does tell you interesting things about the world and, interesting relations between, rates and values that have. I always thought it was like neat that like integrals are like the area under a curve in like a geometric sense. I shouldn't have done that. I don't remember enough calculus to actually talk about it when I'm half asleep, but like, despite not being a great geometry person, I did love that like a lot of calculus stuff falls out of, or has a visual component on the graph that you can look at and reason about. And that stuff is neat. To move back to the point I allegedly had, would love some stats. Would love stats in my life. Maybe at some point I'll dig up. I don't think I have a selection of textbooks, but I think I don't have most of my high school textbooks anymore. Either because they were loaned or, they just went to do something else. But I should look if I, A, have those, or B, can go figure out what I use for AP statistics and go just relearn some of that stuff. Damn, ain't no one stopping me from just going and looking that back up and learning that again. Maybe isn't, the best, the thing I would prioritize the most highly among the very many things taking up my time, including this here, right now. But, yeah, maybe one day I will study statistics and remember how those formulas work. I'm EP. Rare bug, please show up so I can go to bed. I wonder what speaking of things you can reason about with statistics, well, I guess this would maybe be a Fermi estimation type dealy, but like, proportion of stats professors or, stats high school teachers who have delighted and tormented their students with, the birthday paradox or other such, like, statistics games of, like, things you can reason out about a class-sized amount of people that will entertain said class-sized amount of people. I'm not going to be able to state the birthday paradox correctly off the top of the dome, but I know it's something along the lines of, like, with, like, a surprisingly low number of people, you can guarantee... with a not that big group of people, like, aka, like, a classroom-sized amount of people, you can guarantee 2 people have the same birthday. Or, like, it's at least very high odds. I feel like my class size would have been, like, 30 or 40 or something? No, maybe bigger than that. I'm not going to dox my high school, but it was not like a, big, like, city-level high school. But it was also not, one-room schoolhouse status. Like, it was decently sized. Small compared to many people's high schools, but, bigger in some at least. Well-sized for this hypothetical. So I'm double checking things about the sign fixing bug. Mender bug. What does King Soul do? I never find out because I've always just turned it directly into the shadow thing, but... So I'm reading dialogue stuff. Bishop meeting. Oh, we are staying up a little bit longer because we have to kill this bug. I'm sorry. I don't have to do this on stream, I suppose, but it's not going to become any more interesting off stream, so, or go any faster. So might as well just sit here until it's done. Lay down, honey. I guess the one benefit of stopping the stream is that I can start doing my post-stream like recording management. But, this is a fun thing to put in. Like, the part where you kill him and, like, get to look in his house is maybe a bit awkward, but, like, having the signs fixing you leave the screen and then being like, oh, by the way, there's a guy that's doing that is just good game design. That's cute. I already got him, have I? I meant to check this earlier, but I'm... Oh, sweet. Oh, then... Well, it depends on how encountered is counted, I guess. Forgot that my completionism would also show that. See, I wonder what... I know one of these I'm missing. Well, I guess the bonus text maybe is not something that is counted in that below statistic. Okay. Come on. Give me Mendbug. I know I already saw him once, but take pity on me. Let me get him again. Now that I have enough soul to just do this. Or I guess now that I have fast soul repair to make this not a pain to do. Oh, this still sucks to do, but it would suck more if I had to go somewhere else to get my soul back. Trisha, baby, why? Okay, so he would be right after this if he were in the journal, but he is not. Fair enough. Huh. So I'm just looking at shit I've missed in the Hunter's Journal, I guess, because I want to be distracted from my task and make it take even longer. That was two more Zote things I can see fighting him, which, fair enough. I will deal with that one day, probably. Some more Grim stuff, we'll deal with that eventually. Bosses I've not yet fought. Please open a new tab. Thank you. Because there's no like 10 minutes, and if I don't pull it, I just will do this next time. So I'm gonna have this knocked out, but I'm not gonna stay up forever doing it. 10, 15, something like that. I don't know if anyone's watching. I don't have my Twitch up. I don't have the part of Twitch up that will tell me that information. But if you are here watching, 10, 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna cut it. I think. If I get this guy, I'll go look at his house. But. Damn. Oh well. I guess I would fuck up. Sorry, I was still thinking about the graphical issue I had earlier with the arena, and I realized my recording also goes through OBS. So yes, when I fixed it locally but not on OBS's side, that also included the recording. So unfortunately, the recording will also not see a bit of that one Coliseum clear, which unfortunate, but I'll live. I'm still so curious why it breaks graphically in that particular way. And like when the other time it broke in the arena, it was something similar to that. It wasn't the same effect, but it was the same kind of thing where like it was flashing between the actual game and like some specific sprites that were being shown for, you know, whatever reason. Further repair guy who, you know, preferred not to be seen and even more preferred not to be killed. I would be terrified if I was watching the Hollow Knight just fucking smash the sign over and over and over again with no rhyme or reason or end in sight. But I guess he's very dedicated to his job. So there's that. They're very committed. A long line of sign mending bugs. And they're sure not going to let it go to waste just because of some fucking dipshit's diving obsession. Do you think they died doing what they loved when I actually managed to land the kill? Do they love doing signs? Is it just a sign? Is it just a job to them? Really, the worst part of this is having to hear Zote talk for so long. I think dashing back to the well definitely saves time. I don't know if dashing or crystal dashing the other way really saves any time. Like that. Well, not if I miss the well, it doesn't. But if I do, fuck. Oh god. I was gonna cry if he spawned there and I missed him again. I gotta stop gambling like that by accident. Seven more minutes, Trisha. I know you don't understand what time is, but... She kind of understands what time is. She understands, like, with, like, things being at rough times. She understands the schedule. She knows that even by my recent standards, which have been slipping, I should not be up this late talking at a computer screen. She knows eventually I will go to bed and she'll get to curl up next to me, and then eventually she'll get up and, you know, do her patrols of the apartment, go look at people out the window. Then I'll get up and then have my shower and then be out and about, and she'll get to hang out with me and maybe go take a nap. Like, she has things she does at specific times. She just doesn't know what a clock is or know what the exact hours are. Just, you know, rough times. And that seems to be enough for her. I'll play my soul out and then I will call it and deal with the very rare spawn bug next week. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to get the White Power stuff, Path of Pain, Coliseum all done, and then, you know, we have some really good fights next time, and, you know, more cleanup, and then, it's God Home. I was thinking if I wanted to do God Home off stream on a different stream series, but well, provided I don't feel burnt out on the Hollow Knight or like I need a break, I think I probably will just play through that stuff and just get good fun. But yeah, this game's good and fun still. It has not become worse in the several years since I first played it. Armored Core Friday. More of this next Wednesday. See y'all then. Bye.